Hey guys, sorry, give me 1 second. The dogs are barking. Okay, I think they stopped. Something was outside that they did not like, apparently. So, anyway, hello everyone. Welcome to some sprints today. So, I decided that because today I have the day off from work, since the district that I'm in, they basically take today off for Memorial Day weekend in addition to Monday. I figured why not do a 24-hour-a-thon and do some sprints because I have nothing going on today other than getting a little. Hold on. My neighbor's dog is out in the front yard, and Oscar does not like him very much for some reason. I don't know why. Oscar's always had a bit of a thing with him, so that's why he's barking. Anyway, so what I was saying was that since I have the day off today, I figured why not do a 24-hour readathon. The only other thing I have to do is I do have an audiobook I need to work on, which I'm going to count towards my stuff for today because I'll be reading the script and, performing it and stuff. Sorry. Okay. So then I also have some work to do with like graphics and stuff. So I did get one thing done on my to-do list though that I'm gonna cross off real quick. And yeah, so while I do the graphics and stuff, I'll probably be listening to an audiobook. So I might wait until I have an audiobook to work on. But yeah, so I did post a short just recently here on my page. Sorry. Sorry, Oscar is not happy. He's not a happy camper. Hi, Bree. Hello, my friend. I'll send over links and stuff here in just a minute if you want to join, if you have the time. I don't know if you're working. I don't know if Brandy's working. I don't know what Adrian's doing. But I'll send a link over in just a minute. But I did just post a YouTube short, and I also posted it on my TikTok and also on my Instagram. Basically, what my TBR is for today. So I'll share that with you guys real quick. So I've got First Lie Wins by Ashley Elston. This is a new thriller that just came out and is a book club book that I'm reading with my mom and sister this month. I have Baptism of Fire by Andrzej Sapkowski, the Witcher read for this month, which that live show is not, it's not next Saturday, it's the Saturday. No, it is next Saturday. Shoot. I didn't realize that it was next Saturday. It's not this Saturday, it's next Saturday. So June 1st, 8 p.m. is the live show for that if you wanted to join in on it. I also have a Fate Inked in Blood. I've been having a hard time with like fully sitting down and getting through a lot of stuff. So I've got a Fate Inked in Blood by Daniel Jensen, Sons of Darkness by Gaurav Mahatme, which I've been working on most of this month. Enjoying them immensely, just haven't really had a lot of time to sit and read. This next one, I don't know whether I'm going to touch today. It depends on if my buddy that I'm doing a buddy read with is going to be caught up with me, but it's The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue by V.E. Schwab. I am at the point where we discussed the last time to catch up at, but I haven't heard from her about whether or not she's reached that point, so I'm going to wait to see if she's at that point yet before I continue. And then the last book I have is Only on the Weekends by Dean Atta. Now, honestly, I think today I'm only going to be doing sprints for a handful of hours, as you guys can, probably guess. But I think that today I could finish both Only on the Weekends and A Fate Inked in Blood because I'm nearly done with them. I think it's entirely possible for me to get through the entirety of First Lie Wins if I just sit and focus, and possibly get through the entirety of Baptism of Fire. So it's possible I could get through 4 books today, but definitely 2 at the least, which is Fantastic. And I will be happy with that. That's kind of why I wanted to do this 24-hour readathon, because I have been just struggling with getting through books this month. So, as of now, I have got through 3 books in this month, and I would like to at least get 2 more done if I can. But yeah, so I also have yet to set my timer for the 24-hour readathon. So I'm going to do that here real quick before I forget, because it's not a 24-hour readathon if you don't have your timer going on. So let's see. We're going to do 23 hours. Wait, I want to do 24. Why can't I do... Okay, fine, whatever. I'll do 23 hours, 59 minutes. That's what we're going to have to do, because apparently my timer's not going to let me do 24 hours. But all right, so we're going to get started. Boom, timer is going. So we'll do D20 sprints here as we normally do. By the way, my husband came up with a great idea for what to do when we get a natural 20. And that is to have whatever number we get on the next roll. So you guys know on natural ones, we take whatever number that we roll next and we either double it or have it, depending on how high the number is. Natural 20, you just have whatever the number is. So if it's like a 2 that we roll the next time, I mean, I hate 5-minute sprints, but we would do a 5-minute sprint. But let's hope that that doesn't happen. So, all right, as we have normally done, we're also going to make sure that we do at least a 20-minute sprint, but between like 20, 30 minutes for our warm up. So let me go ahead and get my screen shared here real quick. All right, so let's see what we end up getting for our first roll. We want something less than a 6. Okay, it's a 15. That's not going to work. 9, that's too much. 8's too much. A 3. Okay, so 15-minute sprint. So I know that's not necessarily everybody's favorite, but we will obviously do longer ones. This is just our warm-up. So let me go ahead and get a timer going. Come on. And while I'm on this sprint, I'm actually going to be working on my audiobook project I need to do for today, which is going to count toward my reading because obviously it does. But, ooh, this one's pretty. Let's do that one. Ah, shush. Be quiet, you. We don't want any copyright nonsense going on with this one. All right, so let me get this all set up. There we go. Okay, so we've got 15 minutes on our timer. I'm going to get started on some work and get through part of this audiobook project. Probably not going to finish it by the time this timer goes off, but it's going to be fine. So happy reading, everybody. Happy work time, whatever it is that you're doing. And I will see you guys in about 15 minutes. Go. Hello. Hi, Aaron. I'll be in and out, but in here. Let's read. Nice. Okay. So 15 minutes. Nice warm up. Um, yeah, I got through probably about half of that audiobook project. So, yay. So I don't really know what to say. I kind of just wanted to just do continuous sprints for the most part. So let's go ahead and just show. There we go. Let's just roll for our next one. So let's see what we end up getting. Okay, at 12. So that's an hour. So we'll do an hour sprint for this next one. Let me go ahead and get a timer. I hate that my keyboard says it's Bluetooth. After so long, it like stops being like connecting basically. Ooh, this one's pretty. I like this one. All right, let's see. All right, so we'll do 60 minutes and let's get going. Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
Jean. Well, how are you?
Doing all right. I'm pretty happy.
You should be.
Oh my gosh.
Turning around.
Yeah, so in that sprint, I finished the audiobook chapter I was on, edited it, and then got about halfway through the next chapter I need to finish. So, and one of my other audiobooks that I just finished earlier today got approved, so now I'm just waiting for it to go into review it with ACX, and then it'll be live. So, pretty happy with that. Reading a nonfiction called The Jasmine by Larry Ty and Listen for the Lie by Amy Tintera. Nice. Okay. Hi, Scarlett. Hey, Adri.
You gotta send me the book's name so I can listen to it.
I'm gonna tell you, probably not a good idea.
No.
Mostly because I'm a white woman narrating for probably a heavily black story. So I wouldn't suggest it. Like, it's not offensive, but it's like, you probably don't want to hear my inner city voice. I wouldn't recommend it.
Why couldn't they just go with a black person?
That was my question. Exactly. And they were like, your voice was perfectly fine. I don't see why it's a problem. And I'm like, okay.
Then why'd you take the job? Well, no, let me back that up, because I know why you took the job.
Yeah,
I would have too. When you're presented an opportunity and you're in a tight space, I gotta take what I can get.
Exactly. That was my logic.
Same on that author.
Yes, I would agree. I will say there was one instance where the N-word was used, and I did not say it because I'm like, I'm not putting myself out in Front Street like that. No.
You know what? This is why we friends, because you know what not to do. Again, shame on the fucking author. Why is it in the book? Is the author black?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Ooh, okay.
But the amount of discomfort I had saying certain things in this book, like, it was true, like,
ghetto.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I would not recommend, but I also do appreciate it if there is anyone that wants to go find it, because, that does come back to me. But at the same time, I don't blame you if you don't want to listen to it, because
I want to listen to it.
Okay. Yeah, it should be live hopefully in like a few days, but it's like a mix of poetry and a mix of like prose. There's mostly poetry in it, but there's like 3 short stories within it, kind of thing, and they all deal with basically inner city Chicago kinds of like gangs and stuff like that for the first couple stories. Then there's one that's a little bit one story that's more of a thriller, and it's based in Los Angeles.
And she couldn't find nobody black.
He.
Okay, I want to listen. I trust you. I think that's, because I know you, I trust you.
Yeah, truthfully, I don't think it's my best work, mostly because I don't have really an inner city voice. And the only thing that I relied on was like my slight ability to mimic what I've been hearing from like, especially the kids that I work with. Because I have
you could have called me.
Well, and I was trying to like also rely on that, like the patterns that I recognize from like you and from the kids that I work with.
Yeah.
Because some of them I'm just like, oh, these are definitely some things these kids would say, or like this is the inflection they would use.
Yeah.
But
you could have called me. Okay. I'm from the north side. Okay. From the
So that was interesting.
Hey,
Courtney.
Hi, Court.
Oh, no, it was
happy for you though. Like I really am. A year ago when even before you even started, you had the goal of becoming an audio narrator. I remember you presenting that to us, and I was so happy. And I told you how brave you are, because ain't no way I could have done it. And so I'm so happy for you.
Thank you. And I'm actually kind of excited because I did just get earlier this week, finally another project that's not due till September, but I want to get a jump start on it because I have to submit like the first 15 minutes by like the first. And it's actually it's kind of more of a typical romance. Like, it's a hockey romance, and it's the third book in a series, and I'm really excited for it because it deals with someone who's from the Midwest going down to Florida, and like they're kind of best friends previously, and they hadn't spoken to each other in a long time, and they're kind of reconnecting, but the guy was dating her twin sister for a long time, her identical twin sister.
Did he know?
Yes. And like I just read a chapter where they're like at a club, and he's like, this is weird, but like I'm really like I feel happy because like they were friends previously, like because he was dating her sister, really close, and it's like this whole thing of this confliction of like, this is her twin sister, but I really do like her, but it's her twin sister. And she's like, I've been in love with him since I was 15, but he dated my sister, but I'm in love with him, but he dated my sister. Like I love that confliction, that like back and forth.
But it's a twin. It's not even just a regular sister. Like, it is.
But they're very different people. Like you can see, like even just through the dialogue, they're very different. One is more kind of put together, which is the ex-girlfriend. One is much more put together. Like she gets her bachelor's and master's at the same time, basically, kind of thing, which I'm like, okay. But then the other one, she's kind of the fun and flighty one, is what they describe her as. Kind of the one that had to struggle a little bit more to get through school. And so then because of that, her family is like less inclined to praise her because she's made decisions that they don't like.
Isn't that kind of like, I mean, I would think personalities would be different, right? Me and my sister were Irish twins. We're not twins, but we're Irish twins. And we look just alike. Almost identical. When we both cut our hair off. And when we were younger, we would switch classrooms. There's a code. There's a code, and it just. But that could be what the author is going for. Like, I want you to kind of be conflicted, grossed out, weirded out. Like, I guess that's what you're going for, but.
Yeah, and that's what it seems like in the first couple chapters. Like I've only just really started it, but that's heavy. Like the conflicting feeling of, oh my God, this is my sister's ex-boyfriend, but I'm also kind of like, I've been in love with him. He just chose my sister before I even had a chance. And now he's available. So it's like, what do I do?
Nothing.
Yeah.
You walk away. You go find somebody.
Right. That's naturally what I would do. But, it's a romance. So that's not how it's going to happen.
Right. Exactly. What does Thanksgiving look like? What does that look like? Well, I want to take you to meet my family. Oh, wait. You've already met them.
You already know my family. Yeah.
What does that look like? Anyway, I'm so happy for you, though. You're getting more opportunities.
I'm super excited. And
what a great month.
Oh, man, seriously, for me, this month has been just so awesome. And I'm just very happy for what the next few months is going to be. I still have yet to get a call from the program about what exactly my plan is going into the summer, but they should be calling me this week because they just finished sending out all of like the results for people last week.
Yeah.
Calling the first few people this week. I should hear sometime this coming week since I'll be getting either into classes this summer or working or both possibly. But I also just sent in an application for a summer program where I could be like a type of teacher for this place called Tinker Labs. I don't know how popular it is other places, but it's like hands-on schooling. I outside of a school, like, but it's in my area. But it's
Mm,
like hands-on like science and stuff like that for kids.
for the summer,
Yeah.
right?
Yep, just for the summer.
Yeah, there's a ton of summer programs happening. The one school district I wanted my kid to be involved in, and she was in the school district in the city when she was in pre-K.
Mm-hmm.
Then I moved her to a charter school. Um, has the most summer programs, affordable summer programs too, and they're so cool. They're like career exploration. They have tech. They have sports. They have so many different things happening for each grade level. And I wish I could get her involved. And some of them last for a few days. Some of them last a couple weeks. Some of them last for the whole summer. And I'm just, I can't do it because she's not a student of that school district. But kind of sucks. But there's so many nonprofits that are opening up and partnering with the school. So even though it's not the school district itself creating these programs, it requires the students to be there because they have that partnership. So
Right.
oh, now I'm in Dallas, and now nothing that we have is tied to Dallas school district. So, and now we're kind of stuck. Like either I drive to the school district that she's in to try to get her something over the summer, or which is with traffic, it's usually about 35-40 minutes on the toll with traffic. So I kind of just don't want to do that anymore. I'm tired of playing Uber.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you found something because there's so many opportunities. Do they pay the best? Not necessarily, but it's something.
Right. And at this point, for me, really what I just need something that's going to give me a little bit more than what I make subbing, because, you know, at the very least, like if it just gets me through the summer along with my tutoring and what other audiobook projects I get during the summer, that's good with me. Like just something to get me through the summer until I can actually be a parapro or a teacher next year, whichever one they end up putting me in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because at the very least, paraproing out here, when you're actually like set up at a school, it's like almost what I was making at my last job, which is pretty good considering.
Yeah, considering, yeah.
So,
yeah, but also keep in mind that with the school district, you know, they have the 12 months. So you're paid over 12 months. So even though, let's say that you're supposed to make $20 an hour, you times that by 80 hours on a paycheck, it doesn't equal that.
No, it doesn't, because then you got to take into consideration taxes and everything like that too,
No,
on top of the spreading out.
I'm talking about even before taxes. I'm talking about way before taxes.
Oh,
for me, I noticed that it was at least $300 to $800 each check that was removed. Between it depending on, you know, if you start in the beginning of the school year, it's going to be less. So it's, for me, it was at least between, if I started at the beginning of the school year during the summer with everybody else, it was between $350 and $500 that was taken out on my checks before anything else. Like you don't even see it. You don't see the reduction because all of the spring breaks, the winter breaks, the fall breaks, all of the breaks, right? That kids are not there, plus summer break. So you don't even see it. I'm saying if you take your hourly pay times how many hours you worked for that check, you know, you're not going to get that full amount. So.
Right, because that's got to get spread out over all those breaks and summer. And
yeah, absolutely, which is why teachers always have something to pick up on to help out with, you know, on the side, because yes, you're getting paid when you're not there, but it kind of sucks that you're getting paid way less than what your hourly rate is.
Yeah. So. Well, I'm hoping in the next couple of weeks I'll get something, because our school district goes until the 12th for school. So, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Are you off today?
Yes, I'm off today because they take today off and Monday off for Memorial Day weekend. So, yep. But most of the kids are pretty much done. They're just like, we're over it. Yeah.
So we have, our third graders have, third and up have a test that they take every year. We took ours in April. As soon as they took that test, they were done.
Mm-hmm.
The learning was finished. At that point, the teacher started cramming in last minute test, just to finalize the rest of the year. When I tell you they've been playing all week, they've been playing all week.
Mm-hmm.
They watched an award ceremony for seniors yesterday. The day before that, they stayed outside for 2 hours of recess. 2 hours of recess.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter had to like sit down because she was like, I can't take it no more. Like, I'm exhausted. And then afterwards, or today they have a balloon fight. Yeah, the Monday they were watching movies. They checked out.
Yeah, this past Monday, the middle school, the junior high, so it's 7th and 8th grade. They had their drama club last weekend. They did their performance. And so then they decided Monday they were going to show it to the 7th and 8th grade, split it up. So I was supposed to be a French teacher all day. I was a French teacher sub, which having taken French in college, I was like, hey, fun.
Yeah.
But pretty much it was, I had my first class, the second class they left halfway through to go down to the auditorium to watch the show. I had to then leave like 30 minutes into the show so I could go back to the classroom for my other classes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went from the junior high to the high school for like an hour because the teacher splits her day for most of the day at the junior high, an hour at the high school. So
that's really nice.
Yeah. But I was kind of sad because they did Matilda Jr. and I've never seen Matilda. So I was like, I wanted to see the whole thing. And a lot of the kiddos that I do the gym classes with, when I sub for the gym class, they were in it. And they were all excited to hear that I was at school that day. So
that's pretty cool.
It kind of sucked, though, because in one of the classes I had, one of my favorite kids I had to send to the office because he was tearing it up and just not listening. I was like, dude, I gave you like 10 chances. More than I should have because I like you. But this is too much.
Is he coded?
No.
No.
I don't
know of.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised necessarily. I feel like there's a lot of kids that I interact with that I'm like, yeah, you're coded, but
yeah.
No, it was like him and another student. They just kept going back and forth, and like I know that a big part of it was they were just joking around with each other and it wasn't serious and everything, but they kept calling each other fat and saying like all these mean things, and I'm like, I know you two are friends. I know this isn't really serious, but this is too much.
Yeah, but if you don't take it serious, that complaint is going to go on you.
Exactly. And I was like, you guys are not even doing the work you're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on.
No. See, I don't like that.
So then like the next hour, I looked at one of the other kiddos that I typically hang out with in the gym class because we usually just play volleyball. And I was like, dude, cut me some slack. I had to send this kid to the office. Give me a break, man. He's like, okay, you're good. I'm sorry about that. I'll talk with him later. And I'm like, you better. Because that hurt my heart doing that. Yeah. That hurt me.
There's just, and also keep in mind, and once you're in the school full time, you'll start to see they don't do nothing. Yeah. They go to the office, they talk about it. Okay, sit down, take a break. Yeah. Here goes a snack. Like they'll here goes a snack. Okay, keep it moving.
Yeah.
When the bell rings, go ahead and go to the next one. They don't need nothing. Don't feel bad, is what I'm saying.
No, and I just, it just hurts my heart because like he is one of my favorite kids, and it's just like, dude, come on. Mm-hmm. It's not even that hard of work. You're just refusing to do it.
Yeah.
My third grader did his state testing in March. His class was ready to be done after that, but they still had almost 2 months left. See,
That's
I think
crazy.
I think in this school district, they did it like end of April, beginning of May. And like the week after is when they did their field day stuff. Whereas when I was a kid, we waited to do field day until like around Memorial Day. And I think we did most of our testing in April.
Yeah.
In my hometown.
And we used to do testing in March. And then they realized this exact reason, because one, they need more time to study for the test. A month makes a big difference when you're talking about a state testing and preparation. Mm-hmm. So in Texas, we have a language test, which is very similar to the the state test that they take, which is for math, reading, and other grades. They'll take history and etc. But for third grade, it's just math and reading, and so they need more time for that. But we also have a language test for kids who speak a separate language, who are designated as ESL.
Mhm.
That test is taken in February. So when we used to take that test, it would be all of February would be dedicated to the language test, and then they would jump right back into, all of our ESL kids would jump right back into another state test. And it was just, it did not make any sense. And so I presented it to our president one year. I said, it is so hard for not our kids who do not speak English or who are only English speakers, but our ESL kids going from one state test, and there's 3 of those tests. So one state test and then going into another state test. And so we did get it moved to April instead of doing it in March, because we thought it was enough time to get that data back before the school year, so we can enroll kids in summer school properly. That way all of the information is back and not some of it. But it was too hard on the kids. They needed more preparation. So everything got moved to April. And I'm so glad, because but our kids have checked out. So we had field day last Friday. This week, literally nothing but playing. I don't even know if they go to school on Monday. I'm sure they don't. But Tuesday, they have award ceremony and movies. And then Wednesday is a half a day, but it's a party day.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday, they're going to another half a day. They're going to Urban Air, the trampoline park thingy. And then Friday, they said that just bring your pajamas. They have checked at this point. If truancy wasn't a thing, baby, I would not wake up in the morning early to drop her off at school at all. Like, I can say my gas. Because y'all just playing at this point.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at my schedule for next week, because we get Monday off, obviously, with Memorial Day. But like Wednesday, so in the month of May, they have had 3 Wednesdays. Well, this coming Wednesday, they're going to do it. But then they had 2 other Wednesdays where they call it early release, where it's not like a half day. It's a little bit more than half a day, but they get out like 2 hours early. And it's usually a PD based thing where it's like for the teachers.
My school does that too.
Okay. Yeah.
Wednesdays, they get out at 2:00, and the middle school gets out at 2:30.
Yeah. We have it where elementary gets out at like 1:40-ish, and then junior high and high school gets out 12 something, 12:40, because they normally are only until like 2:30, 2:40-ish.
And that's every Wednesday?
Yeah, not every Wednesday. It's specifically for PD, so like a couple times a month. But in the month of May, because we've had so many more weeks, this is going to be the 3rd one this coming Wednesday. Okay. They consider it still a full day because they go through like their full day activities and like go to all their classes. It's just, it's shortened. They're all shortened. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's like this week I have full days, but mostly as a para. And then Wednesday I'm back at the junior high for gym. And I'm just thinking, like, what do these people have to do? Like, every time I go in for PE, it's just free time and I get to play volleyball. Yeah. And that's a fun day for me. Mm-hmm. But I'm also at the point where it's like, okay, what else can I do?
Find some balls, find some more sports that you can do. Because, and I know you know this, but all the lesson plans are based off of, for us, we call them TEKs. Mm-hmm. So unless you have those lesson plans created, you just have to wing it. And that's what you've been doing. Yeah. That's what like as educators, that we expected our subs to do. Wing what you can, okay? Leave the kids alive is what we needed. We weren't asking for much else. So yeah, you can find some more sports. You can do some if you find like hula hoops, they have certain games and activities, like team building games, that you can find that are really, really fun.
Yeah. Unfortunately, at the junior high, they don't really have a lot of those things. They mostly have the footballs, basketballs, volleyballs. Like they have like a wiffle ball thing that some kids were playing with, and I was like, oh, that might be kind of fun to play with. But
look, Foursquare, I would do so much. You could just and you can have it as like where you set a 3-minute timer and then they just rotate,
yeah,
have different centers.
yeah.
I've done that before.
I don't know. That might be something I try, but
You get a
no,
whistle.
volleyball is usually a pretty big hit. The problem is what the class that's my favorite with all my favorite kids in it. They get so competitive.
Mm.
It's actually kind of funny sometimes. And I won't lie. There was one time I went to serve and it went over and I said it under my breath, but a couple of kids heard it where I was like, shit. And a couple of kids looked at me and they're like, oh, I'm like, y'all have been literally saying way worse in front of me. Like, come on.
All it takes is one student to report it.
I know. They're all good kids though, but I said it like so low under my breath. I didn't think anybody heard it, but then one kid that was like right next to me, he looked at me and he's like, "You just said that word." I'm like, "Y'all have been saying much worse and I'm not doing anything about it. Come on. Cut me some slack."
I deny it all. I said, "What? You didn't I know you didn't listen. I know." This proves how your ears ain't working. You never listen. What you thought you heard ain't what you heard. I deny it all. Okay. You ain't hear nothing.
All right.
Tell me what I said so you can say it and I send you to the office.
I should. Truthfully, I should, but at the same time, I like, especially with the junior high and the high school kids, there's just a certain point where they say stuff so much. I'm just like, you know what? Long as you're not, really bullying somebody or you're not trying to actively hurt somebody with what you're saying, I'm gonna let it go.
Absolutely.
Because there's only so much I can control, especially as a sub. I'm like I know y'all know better. But am I going to stop you? No, because I did the same exact thing when I was your age.
Right.
So, all right, let's go ahead and roll for our next one. Whoops. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure it out. Dang thing. All right, we're going to do this one. All right, so let's see what we get. Okay, a 6. So we'll do about 30 minutes. I know, it's a short one, but
that's okay. I need to find an audiobook to listen to while I work.
And I will be working on the audiobook I'm working on, which it's okay. It's okay.
I mean, again, I am so happy for you and so proud of you because I couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's not necessarily easy, but it's also like not the most difficult thing in the world. It's just you kind of have to have like, I don't know, like I don't want to say you have to have like the balls to do it because I mean there is some courage involved in it, but at the same time it's like you have to have the stamina sometimes to do it because it's a lot of talking.
You can't even edit a video. So let alone make something. I can't do it. So again,
yeah,
I applaud you.
Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to do about 30 minutes and I will see y'all later. Hello. Well, I finished that chapter finally. That is the longest chapter I've ever had to record. It was a total of raw sound before editing it. 38 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the longest chapter that I've had so far for this book.
That is a lot.
Yeah. So, how did everybody do?
I started a book called Black Fatigue.
I saw that you posted that on Instagram, yeah.
Yeah, it's making me it's Mental Health Awareness Month, so I really want to read it, but it is bringing up so much hurt.
Yeah.
Like it starts off, the prologue starts off talking about 2020 and the disparity, just like how hard minorities had it during COVID, catching COVID more, being exposed to it more, having jobs that expose them to it more, the lack of income that already before COVID even hit. And then we had 3 viral, horrific deaths by police officers. And then we also had 2 Black men who were, or I believe they were non-binary, but transgender, 2 transgender individuals who were hung that year, all in 2020.
Yeah.
And I just remember it was just like being like whiplash, like
yeah,
constant. It was just like one thing after another, and it just
and yeah, I mean, purely from that perspective, it was an exhausting year for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, if we want to look at it like global scope wise, it was an awful year in general for the entire world.
But minorities, especially,
it was rough.
It was beyond rough.
Yeah,
you can't get the medical help that you need. So many individuals, over 500,000, right? People died.
Yeah,
maybe we surpassed 1 million. I don't remember, but
then like
it was a rough year.
You look at it not even based on COVID, but then like you said, the amount of police brutality that especially went viral, because it happens every single day, don't get me wrong, but the amount of things that went viral that involved police brutality was awful. And then oh god, I'm
trying to keep people safe from COVID, and I remember how hard it was that year.
It's crazy.
It was a rough year. I spent a couple of days. I actually had to check myself out of the hospital because my daughter, they didn't have anywhere to send her. So, she was like 4 or 5 at the time. And so she ended up going into a shelter, and I checked myself out the hospital. I said, yeah, not my kid. It was a rough year. And then I did some protesting. I tried to do as much as I could, online, but
that is crazy to think that your daughter was 4 or 5 years old.
Oh yeah.
That
was in pre-K.
That is crazy to think about.
The beginning of COVID. So now COVID feels like, when we had COVID last year, it felt like a cold. It felt like the flu. But the first year, like I couldn't, like it felt like I was breathing through a straw. And I remember, oh God, I have the best kid in the world. She was in pre-K. And when I tell you, it felt like every time I woke up, I would sleep 10 to 14 hours a day, sometimes more. And I was on short-term disability. I could not wake up. I could not breathe. I struggled with a lot of things that year. And she would get up, the alarm would go off, she would get up, I would wake up, the whole coffee table is full of food, cereal and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And she was 4, almost 5, or maybe she turned 5. She turned 5 during COVID because her birthday's in March. But yeah, she would like feed herself, and then I would just hear her laughing while at school, and I'm like, this is the dopest thing ever. Kids are resilient.
They are.
Estimate kids. They are.
I keep hearing this thing of like COVID babies are built different.
Oh, man. She's not a COVID baby, but she definitely grew up with it for sure.
Yeah.
She definitely she built with different in general.
Yeah.
But, not a lot of parents can say that because they had to sit next to their kids. You know, I didn't do none of that. She thrived during virtual learning. It was the coolest thing for her. And for kids who love being in front of a screen, like I would think that it would be like the coolest thing for them too. But she loved it. And so yeah, COVID just it's so hard. So I'm having a hard time with it, and I'm only 7%. Yeah. I'm only 26 minutes in.
I mean, it makes sense though, because if it reminds you of those things, that time frame that was so difficult for you, like that can be mentally exhausting. But there's a reason it's called that.
There's a reason. Like I knew Black fatigue was a thing in general. I remember during Obama era, when Mike Brown was shot and killed, I believe in Missouri, if I'm not mistaken, because I went down there to help protest as well. This was before parenting and I became a mom, but I just remember how hard that was. Like we had Trayvon Martin and then Mike Brown, and it just kept going, and then it kept going. Sandra Bland, and then it kept Breonna Taylor, and it just I remember it being like back to back within like 3 months. We had several people who police brutality, and then this year makes it's ridiculous this year, and on top of us trying to show awareness for Gaza, or I'm sorry, the Palestine, Congo, Sunnis, like all of these people that are experiencing things in the world, but it's hurtful to see like innocent people in general be hurt.
Yeah.
And not only just financial, right? Because a lot of people were doing bad before COVID, and then you had COVID, and then inflation, and then you're already struggling. So it's black fatigue is real for sure. Like it's exhausting, and being in the South in Texas, oh god, my phone blowing up. Being in the South in Texas, it just the amount of Karens that I come across, it doesn't make it any better. Like it's fucking exhausting. Like let me have a break somewhere. Let me have a break. We already have, the system is built to put us at a disadvantage no matter what, and then whether it's a job, whether it's here, whether it's there, and then you come across all the people that believe in shooting like black people are target practice and whatnot. So it's I don't know if this was the best idea. Even though I looked up mental health rep books to read, I don't know if it was the best idea.
Maybe, just a suggestion. Maybe take a break from it, come back to it another time. But
I'm gonna go find another book that I want to read.
Okay. Starting, what are you reading? Birthday Girl by Penelope Douglas. Okay, cool. Afternoon, hello. Currently reading Savage Run by CJ Box. Nice. 14 pages. Nice job. So, what we'll do, I will get our next roll going. Just a minute.
I'm going to read Foster. This is one woman's powerful story of finding faith and family through foster care.
Ooh, okay.
Because it is Foster Care Awareness Month. So,
yeah. Awesome.
I'm going to listen to that. I'm going to buy the audio.
Okay.
But I also want to highlight throughout it. So,
all right. Sounds good. All right, let's roll, see what our next sprint's gonna be. 17. We're gonna have a nice long one this time. All right, give me 1 second. The timer for this. How long is that? Let's see. 17 times 5. 85 minutes, so not quite 90 minutes.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Don't want snow. No thanks.
Yeah, not right now. Maybe in the summer.
Yeah.
It's getting hot. It's like 90. It's 94 right now. I have the air on.
Yeah, I think we actually are coming down from a heat wave that was up here. Like we had almost 90-degree weather, not quite, but almost.
I saw Michigan on the news the other day. I don't know. I don't remember what it was about. But y'all going through too much up there. Maybe it was the air control or air quality or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know Canada is having some wildfires, aren't they?
Yeah, because I saw something where it was like, I think New York, like something about, this is the time of year where things get even worse, smog-wise and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, usually around this time of year, they start getting wildfires, and so it kind of travels down toward us, and then it's like our air quality goes bad, or we get like really hot weather.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like we're coming down from a heat wave because it's looking like next week we're gonna be in like the high 60s, and then it's gonna start going back up a little bit.
High 60s?
Yeah, like it's gonna be 80, high 83 today, tomorrow 76, Sunday 76, drop straight down to 68 on Monday.
I will take it.
Come on up.
It is 94 right now.
Come up.
90 degrees the whole week. My sister has no air, so she's coming over this weekend because her AC unit went out.
Oh, dang.
It's hot.
Yeah.
My seats burn. I've already started leaving the house with wet towels because of how hot it is. And we always wipe at least for me, I wipe my car down with a wet towel to kind of cool it off.
I was going to say, you have leather seats, don't you?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeesh.
Even the steering wheel is burning.
Yeah.
So.
All right, folks, 85 minutes should be a nice and long one for everybody. Get some good reading or get some good work in, and talk to you guys in a little All right, folks. How did that go? I got finished my thing, my audiobook chapter I needed to, and started listening to A Fate Inked in Blood while I did my library spreadsheet stuff. And I got through about 30 pages of that. Hello, Lily. Reading The House of the Seven Gables by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Nice. Okay. I think that's a classic author, if I'm not mistaken. Hello, hello. Welcome, Dance Storm. Reading The Thousand Deaths of Ardor Ben by Tyler Whitesides. Nice.
1,000 deaths. You had me at 1,000 deaths.
Yeah.
Because how many times, we hear cats have 9 lives, but no, 1,000 deaths. That's intriguing.
It's like the 7.5 deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle. That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah. But 1,000 times more than that.
Yeah. 47 pages. Nice. Good work. Good work.
Jeez. 1,000 deaths. I gotta look that up. I like when people die in books. I don't know, especially my fantasy book. That's so bad.
But not when it's your favorite characters. You always root for the ones that you don't like to die.
Look, I started reading Malazan Book of the Fallen series. I only read the first. I read a prequel and then I read the first book. Your favorite character will die.
Mm-hmm.
And magically, they will be alive again some way, somehow. So,
First chapter, death.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I need to read that.
It's so good. I mean, I've been struggling with reading it only because I haven't had a lot of time to read it, but I love it. It is so cool. And it's more episodic than I expected it to be.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
It's.
I didn't hear great things about it, unfortunately.
Okay, I think that people that read this expecting it to be something that it's not, like that's probably like the big thing.
Right.
I didn't expect it to be episodic going into it, but it definitely is, and I like the way it's formatted.
Mm-hmm.
If you know nothing about the Mahabharata, then obviously it's going to kind of go over your head.
Right.
But I have done a little bit of research on that in the past because of theater stuff that I did when I was in college. There was like some kind of like production going on that was loosely tied to that. So we did some research on it for one of my classes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very grim dark, like it's very violent. And I think the episodic thing is probably the thing that catches the most people off guard because there's like little snippets that are actually like the real plot of the story, but it's those little bits are broken up with these larger pieces of actual like stories that are being told as the story is going on. So to kind of put it into like making it a little bit easier to understand. So you have a character who is in this world. There's magic in this world, and it's very Hindu inspired. Right. She basically is working to be a type of magic wielder that is kind of like a priestess of sorts. And one of the things that happens is, first of all, she gets like she excels in her classes, moves up to the next level basically, but now she has to read through these sets of texts that are actually technically she's not supposed to be reading at her age level where she's at. But the elders are like, yeah, you should be reading this because it helps you understand a lot about what we do, kind of thing, or the history of how, we all kind of came into power. And it's broken up with these stories of essentially what would be like the Mahabharata, like with Krishna, and with like there's an actual Krishna based character in this story and stuff like that. Like it's not, necessarily I think what everyone expects it to be.
Yeah.
And I think that's what gets a lot of people personally, but I've enjoyed the crap out of it so far.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like almost 300 pages into it.
I checked it out from my library and just unfortunately never touched it. I also have Gothica, which has been floating around TikTok because I thought it was like,
the basically AI created cover.
Yeah. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, I've been seeing this everywhere. And then I found out that, it's a teacher. I didn't read the synopsis. I just grabbed it. teacher and student romance, and I was like, ugh.
Mm-hmm.
No. So I need to put that back. Get rid of it.
Yeah, I would not read My Dark Vanessa then if I were you, unless you've already read it.
No, I haven't read My Dark Vanessa.
Yeah, that's a teacher-student romance, and it is so heartbreaking, but
I gave it away. I actually got it from a library sale, and I gave it away.
Yeah, it's not for everybody. I mean, I don't even really care so much about the fact that it's a teacher-student romance. It's not great, but it's like the relationship kind of happens as she gets older, kind of thing. But still, it's a lot of grooming. It's a lot of stuff like that. But like you actually can see like the mental health aspects of it post relationship.
Right.
Like it's more of a story of like understanding why this relationship is not good.
Sounds awful.
Yeah, it was a trip. It was heartbreaking, truthfully. Read about 20 pages of European Travel for the Monstrous Gentlewoman by Theodora Goss. Oh, I've heard of those books. I want to read those. Those sound so good. I have My Dark Vanessa on my shelves, but I've not read it yet. It's not something you go into lightly.
Yeah.
I think it's something where you have to be mentally ready for it, especially if you've been in any kind of a situation that involves grooming of any kind. And especially with that of an authority figure of sorts, like a teacher or anything like that. It's, I think, interesting to read the book when you're someone that's not been through that to understand the mental strain that it is being in those relationships. But it's not for the faint of heart. It was very heartbreaking to read.
I can read books involving essay. Something about grooming, because it's not an act that happened. Maybe it's because it happens gradually over time. It leads up to something. It's disgusting. Like, it's intentional. Now, essay is intentional too, absolutely, but it's just like this happens consistently, and it just, to me, it is, it's disgusting.
It is. It truly is. And this book will disgust you in a lot of ways, because you will see how the things that this man is doing is grooming. But it also paints the picture of understanding that when you're in that position, when you're that young, and there's somebody that is taking that much of an interest in you, when you've had the past that you have, how easy it is to get right underneath something like that and not even realize it's happening to you.
Right.
Until you're much older. And that is the thing that's heartbreaking to me, because I have friends who have been in relationships with much older men who have been groomed, who have been, taken advantage of. And it was heartbreaking to watch.
Yeah. They don't even realize it's happening. And it for me, it's the adults in charge that should be, I mean, we all know this, but like the adults know better. You know what I'm saying? And just, if kids are gullible, like kids are, they don't have the life experiences like adults do. And so for me, it's just disgusting. I mean, it's disgusting in general, but I can't read a full book about it. Like, I think I would cringe so much.
I totally understand that. So yeah, I definitely would not recommend that one for you at all, because
I had a hard time reading The Teacher by Frida McFadden for that same reason.
Oh, I didn't know that had that in there. I mean, that makes sense.
Oh yeah. Half of the book was the grooming with kids, and then there was a descriptive scene with said kid, and I couldn't understand. I mean, if you got rid of that part of the book, it would have been phenomenal. If it did not have to be a student, but of course it was, and so because of that, I hated the book. I did.
Yeah.
You should have led with that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Or if that synopsis or something.
Or like at the very least, if you're going to have a scene like that, make it fade to black. Nobody needs to read something that descriptive. Oh, that gave me goosebumps. Yick.
I can't. I've been a teacher, and this is why books like that, well, scenarios and things like that is why we struggle with having male teachers in schools.
Mm-hmm.
And then, not saying, excuse me, female teachers are also doing it. Absolutely, they are grooming young men. But we have this bias when it comes to male teachers with females.
Mm-hmm.
And it breaks my heart, and so I don't want to read about it.
Yeah.
I don't.
I get you.
So
I totally understand.
Trope I cannot. Like, I can read everything else. I can read about slaughter and this, and I can read about anything else.
But this is the line.
This is the line. I'm a mother. I can't, and I'm a former teacher. I cannot fathom someone doing that. Like, I just cannot.
Yeah. That's rough.
Yeah, disgusting.
All right, so I think we're gonna do our last sprint for right now. I'm gonna roll for our last sprint. So
hopefully it's a long one. I gotta go pick my kid up from school.
Yeah, look, I'll make it a long one, even if it's not.
No,
just to help you out there.
I think Brandy's having sprints tonight too.
Ooh, okay. All right. So let's go ahead and roll. Does 55 work, or do you want longer?
Probably longer.
All right, let's see. Hey, nat 20. You know what? We're not going to do the halving like my husband said.
What? That was a great idea.
It was, but I don't want to have it for you.
Oh. Just do an hour.
An hour? Okay.
Yeah, because it takes me about 45 minutes there and back.
All right. We'll do an hour then. That'll work.
Cool beans. Are you about to read since you're done with your stuff?
Yeah, I've been listening to the audiobook for A Fate Inked in Blood. Mm-hmm. So I've stopped in the middle of a chapter, so I'm going to continue with that, and as I'm doing that, I'm going to be working on my library spreadsheet, because that's needs to be updated, because I have plans in June that involve it.
Ooh.
That I need it updated. Like, bad.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Ooh, let's do this one again. I like this. All right, skip the ad. Okay. So guys, like I said, this will be our last sprint. This will be about an hour, so this should get you guys some good time in, but see you guys in about an hour.
Okay.
Hey guys, I have literally 13 minutes left of my audiobook for A Fate Inked in Blood, and oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This book. Okay, I really like this, especially if you're a fan of Norse mythology. I definitely recommend. The spice is wonderful. The twists are holy crap. Holy crap. Bree should be back any minute, but we're about done here. So My Dark Vanessa was great, but it's dark. It is very dark. It is something where, like I said, if you do not go into it knowing the trigger warnings, you are going to get really uncomfortable really quickly. Like, very uncomfortable. Finished daily pages for Ardor Ben. On to the next book, Magician Apprentice by Raymond E. Feist. Nice. Okay, cool. Hey, Brandy. So yeah, you literally just came in here at the end of our last sprint, but remind me, are you hosting sprints tonight? I can't remember if you are or not. I don't remember. But anyway, thank you guys so much for joining me today and basically helping me get to my reading for 24 hours. I have basically everything I've done today, with the exception of editing the audiobook parts I've been basically reading almost this entire time in some capacity. So I know, Brandy, I'm so sorry. Okay, you'll be sprinting. So for those of you that don't know Brandy, this is her channel. Go check her out. She will be hosting sprints later today. Whether or not I will be there is kind of to be decided on, probably within the next hour. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be there or not. It depends on what time Robert gets home. He's still not home as of yet. And honestly, I thought he was going to be home by now. But it's probably just being a late day for him. So I will probably hop on for a little bit, maybe, depending on if I have time, but we'll see. But yeah, so if I do join, though, I'll be very happy to, because I would like to get more reading done with this whole thing. So anyway, so far I've read quite a bit. I'm going to say probably close to 100 pages with the audiobook work and also now reading Fate Inked in Blood. But I'm going to go finish this real quick. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Brandy. Yes, make sure to hit the like button if you enjoyed these. I'll try to do more as time goes on, but we'll see. And for those of you that are participating in it with me, a quick reminder that next Saturday, June 1st, we are doing the live show for Baptism of Fire by Andrzej Sapkowski. So if you've not read up to this book as of yet, please do so if you would like to join in on the discussion of it. But yeah, next weekend, next Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when we are doing that. So yeah, there is a live show already set up for it. So you guys should just be able to find it real easily. But anyway, thank you all so much for joining me today. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Friday and a wonderful Memorial weekend. Please be safe and make good choices. If you're going to be out drinking, make sure that you have your DDs, or that you are making sure to just at least be safe and be smart. But I will probably not be doing that, just because I want to sit and relax this weekend, and going out and partying is not something that seems fun to me right now. So anyway, but thank you guys so much for joining me, and I will see you guys next time. Bye.